Good, good. Hello. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our Central Committee meeting for today. I hereby call to order this meeting of the Central Committee for today, Thursday, 2nd of October 2025. Would like to extend cordial welcome to the members of the Central Committee, to those present in the public areas, and to the public following us via radio, Facebook, and other online platforms. This meeting of the Central Committee is duly convened in accordance with Article 8 of the Rules of Order of the Island Council Committee Ordinance. Agenda point number 2 is announcements. Mr. Councilman Clyde Van Putten is absent with notice. Are there any other announcements from the committee members? Council Lady Spanner Carty.
I would just like to thank you, Chairman. I would like to convey my condolences to the families of the persons that we lost in our community. I won't call names. We tend to then leave out persons. You know who you are, and please accept our sympathy, and know that, as usual, as an island, we feel this loss with you.
Thank you, Council Lady Spanakati. Any other announcements from committee members? No. Well, then I will join my colleague in expressing condolences to all those who have lost loved ones. I know Miss Lydia Gordon has passed away. So I wish her family, sons, and other relatives much strength during this time of their bereavement. Okay, then we go to agenda point number 3, setting of the agenda. The agenda reads as follows. 1, opening. 2, announcements. 3, setting of the agenda. 4, ratification list of incoming documents. Number 5, ratification of list, decisions, and commitments of our meeting on September 1st. Number 6 is the multi-annual budget 2026 to 2029 and the CFT reaction to 2026 budget. Number 7, announcements of the Executive Council. Following number 7, we will have a closed-door meeting, continuation in a closed-door setting, and that will be agenda point number 8, and agenda point number 9 is closing. So can the committee find themselves in this agenda? Are there any proposals for change? Councillor Ney? Okay. All right, no adjustments to the agenda, so we adopt the agenda as presented. Agenda point number 4, ratification of incoming documents. List of incoming documents. In the document received, you will find a list of incoming documents for the Island Council. Central Committee? Yeah, documents for the Central Committee. Are there any comments on the list of incoming documents? Simmons? Okay, so there are no changes to the documents, no comments, so we adopt the list as presented. Agenda point number 5, ratification list of decisions and commitments of our meeting of September 1st, 2025. Are there any comments on the list of decisions and commitments from our September 1st meeting? No adjustments, so we will adopt that list as well as presented. And then we go to agenda point number 6, which is the budget of 2026 and the multi-annual budget 2026 to 2029, and the CFT reaction and advice. So on this agenda point, we will be handling the multi-annual budget 2026-29 and CFT reaction for public consumption. Every year, the government makes a multi-annual budget for the coming 3 years. This year, we will be looking at the years 2026 to 2029. I think we're handling the 2026 budget and the multi-annual budgets for the years 27 through 29. This reflects the government's ambitious commitments to improve its financial and administrative governance, as well as its social and economic development. To further gain insight into this agenda point, we will call on the Commissioner of Finance, Mr. Ruben Merkman, to give further elaboration on this agenda point before we move into deliberations. Commissioner Merkman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone listening via the radio waves and to those via the internet, or to the Island Council members, Mr. Chairman, and the Registrar's Office. I would also like to convey my sympathies to those persons that have lost a beloved one recently, to Lydia Gordon, and to the families of, Lydia Gordon and Paul from someone that has been residing among us for years. I would like to convey my sympathies, condolences to the families. The budget 2026 and the multi-annual budget 2026 to 2029. We are pleased to present the budget of the public entities and the stations for the fiscal year 2026, which also includes the multi-annual budget from 2026 to 2029. This budget meets the requirements of the Best Budget and Accountability Act. The island government recognizes the necessity of implementing improvement steps in financial management and takes responsibility for carrying them out very seriously. Therefore, the island government will take the necessary steps for improving the financial management of the public entity of St. Eustatius with all means within its capacity. It is expected that the Island Council and the Executive Council will continue to make further improvements and will be able to properly fulfill their tasks and powers under the FinBES. An efficient policy budget cycle involving the entire organization are one of the goals for 2026. The financial objectives for 26 to 29 aim to improve financial management while maintaining a clean audit opinion, support local initiatives, and adhere to regulatory norms. The island government has improved its financial management systems, including the AOIC framework, which is a set of internal controls and administrative organizational rules to be able to report in a more timely fashion. This plan is part of a broader governance strategy which includes strengthening the accountability and transparency of the island government, enhancing risk management and compliance functions, and developing the capacity and skills of all staff at the finance department specifically. And I want to highlight one word: risk management. Because looking at our budget, we don't have much room to wriggle. So I want to stress that we try to manage our risk as much as possible. Because if something like that should take place and we don't have any provision for it, it could be very disastrous. After many years of continuous improvement of the processes, the annual report of 2024 was provided with an unqualified opinion by the external auditor. These are very important financial trajectories for the public entity of St. Eustatius in the context of good governance, where carefulness and timeliness are key components. The public entity is committed to improving these standards, thereby maintaining an unqualified audit opinion. Because we don't want a one-year high. Someone was just telling me that some things that they don't smoke, and I don't think the public entity should start smoking either, because we don't want a one-year high. The development of St. Eustatius is guided by several priorities, such as poverty alleviation, social housing, healthcare quality, sustainable agriculture, road infrastructure, banking services, connectivity, which is something that is playing a big role on station at this time, both by sea and by air. We see, or we've heard of issues surrounding connectivity on the island, and that's something that has our genuine attention. Port maintenance and economic development. To this end, the public entity has master plans and ambitious initiatives underway. For example, in energy supply, the research into geothermal development and geothermal energy development. In the harbor, we are looking to expand our yacht services on the airport. We are looking to improve our jet parking by expansion of the tarmac. And also in digital infrastructure, we expect that these can bring favorable conditions for the OLE. And in an extensive cultural and heritage revitalization program, which directly will touch tourism. And by how we want to do that, restoring our monuments and having a scientific institute and a memorial area for slavery. The island government mission is to enable St. Eustatius to achieve sustainable and prosperous development while respecting its unique culture and identity. An island that is resilient, passionate, and innovative. With reference to the advice of the College of Financial Supervision related to the budget 2026 to 29, we inform you as follows on the actions taken to improve the financial situation of the public entity. The conclusions and specific advice of the CFT was that the budget for 26 to 25 to 29 have some small surpluses, and thereby it meets the requirements for the budget, which means that it's balanced or more than balanced. And the CFT has seen a genuine improvement in the quality and the completeness of the reporting. And especially where we now have the special allowances taken up in the multi-year budget, that gives a better insight into the financial position of the island government. Also, they have raised some concerns relating to the personal expenses, and to increase their request. We have adhered to their request, and thereby on page 83 of the document, we have included an additional table which details the projected related personal expenses by function and expected effects for the years 26 to 29. The budget of 26 closes with a surplus of 647K, and the budget for 27 to 29 also show surpluses. And with that, that is my introduction to the budget for the first presentation, the Central Committee for the budget for 2026. The 2026 budget has a deadline of November 15th that we have to send to the CFT, via the CFT to the minister. But the goal of the Executive Council is to try to get this done before, so we don't have any last minute surprises, and that we are not late with this budget. Today, the presentation of the budget will be done by my executive assistant, who is a registered CPA himself, Mr. Roy Hooker. The Department of Finance manager is currently off island, and he was unable to reach back on time. So please, we would duly like your cooperation in this matter. Okay. With the permission of you, Mr. Chairman, I would like to call upon Mr. Hooker to do the presentation with the...
Thank you, Commissioner Markman. Mr. Hooker, you can proceed to the podium here.
Good afternoon to the Honorable House. As I said, I'll just do the presentation of the synopsis of the budget that was compiled by the unit manager, Mr. Tuitt. I think Commissioner did a very good job in explaining what is to be expected. So I'll just follow along, and if there's any question, you can always ask. The agenda is the assumption used. The basis for the budget, of course, is the FinBES, and now we have an extra, the guidelines that CFT gives, and also there's something called BBV that also gives some guidelines that we have to comply with. The budget, usually what we're going to be focusing on was usually the current year that we're going to handle the budget for, But because of BVV, we also have to do the multi-annual budget. So the emphasis will be on 2026, the budget of 2026, but you'll see that the multi-annual budget goes up to 2029. Besides the budget itself, there will be a cash flow overview and also what are the capital investments. Commissioner just spoke about the reaction from CFT, because as you know, the draft budget actually has to go to CFT, and then CFT will peruse it and give any directives or anything that's necessary. What happened? Yes. Next one. All right. As we said, if we look in our budget, as was given, these are the things that we have to take into consideration when we're doing the budget. The budget must must have a resistance. We must have a resistance capacity in the budget. We must have sufficient cash. That's very important that the council understand that even though we might have surplus and so on, we must have the cash available to execute what we need to execute. And basically, the cash flow statement will give you that when you can execute certain things. So the overall budget might have it, but maybe in 1 month, the cash would not be there. So the cash flow statement will show you when the funds are available that you can expend the fund. There's also, we have a lot of plans as government, and we have a lot of big documents on what we want to execute and so on. But it has to be realistic and realizable. So even though you might have plans that you want to execute, you mightn't be able to execute all in 2026. So you might have to spread it over multi-year annuals to be able to accomplish what you want to accomplish. And you must also ensure that you have enough, as I said, liquidity. The cash must be there so you can enable you to execute the projects that you want to execute. The main priorities, that was already stated, the investment in the secondary public school, that is to house the GVP, and social housing. We also to have an efficient and proactive cash flow. So efficient means that the cash is there on time, and proactive that knowing that the cash won't be there, then you won't plan certain expenditure, but you'll plan them when the cash itself is there. Another thing that one of the priorities is station day preparation. We know next year will be a very pivotal year in the celebration of Station. It's going to be a grand celebration. So there's enough planning and funding, because it has to be funded also. One of the things that the government has always said and will be put an emphasis on is a strong social commitment. You'll see it all throughout the document of the draft budget. And of course, we have to comply with the reporting requirements. So now we summarize the budget. Okay. And I think this picture gives a very good overview of what is to expected. If you look good, you see that you have the actual budget that was the realized budget. So what actually happened in 2024? Then you had what was decided for in 2025. And then we have the draft, what we want to do in 2026. I'll focus between 2025 and 2026, because that will give you a very good idea of what is to be expected. If you look at the total income, the income in 2025 was 28,179,266. Then if you look in 2026, it will rise a little bit. It will go up about... the overall will, well, I didn't do the percentage, but if I break it down, I have the breakdown for that. The local revenue will show a slight decrease. It will go down with about 5.8%. The free allowance will increase by 2.5%. Our operations expenses If you look at it also, it will increase. It will increase by 7.6%. The surplus will decrease considerably. If you look at the last line, where it has the total surplus / deficit, we should not have a deficit, and therefore we won't have a deficit. In 2025, we had a surplus of 1.9 million. This year, it's less than a million. It's 647,000 because of came about because of the decrease in the local levies and the increase in the expenses. Yeah, next one. All right, here gives you an overview of where our income comes from. If you notice, most of it comes from the free allowance. Oftentimes in the council we talk about the free allowance, in government we talk about the free allowance, but for public consumption, the free allowance is the funding that we get back from Holland every year. And of course, because we are directly taxed, we also have a contribution in that goes to Holland directly, but we get back an amount in our budget to help us cover our expenses. And that, if you look at that, it's more than 3/4 of the amount. Actually, it will be 78.4% of our total income for 2026. Then we have the local levies, and the local levy is yellow. It looks much smaller, but it's significant for the island. That is 15.3% of the total income for the island territory. And then we have the interest income. The interest income did go down a bit because it comes from the money that we have on the bank, and as we execute project and got more, the project eats up some of the money, and so the interest income from it goes down. And for next year we expect it to rise to be about 6.3 of the total income. So the total income will be 100%. And of course, against that will be our expenses, which will total 97.8% of the budget. So we'll have a surplus of 2.2%. Here gives you a better breakdown of exactly where the fundings are coming from, especially from the local side of the levies, because we had a total levies for the total local levies, and here where do we get those monies? And it comes from taxes and levies. You have taxes that you pay for different things. You also have the property management income, that is places that government has that generates income, land lease and so on. We also have the airport. The airport has the income from the landing fees, the tax that is paid when we leave the island, and also the parking fees. Then we have the harbor income. The harbor income is one of the areas, if you look in 2025, we expect to get 2.4 million. And if you compare it to 2025, you see that's a decrease. Also, we have the permits bringing in the funds, and the fees and dues. Dues. Then they have other incomes, might be the interest incomes that we have, or the small incomes that we can expect as the government. The waste management, it more or less maintain the amount that we expect to get from that source of income. Yeah, so all in all, the budget shows you that we'll get 28,755,232 will be coming into the coffers from the free allowance, the local levies, and it was the interest income. Besides that, we have special allowances. Now, the free allowances and the special allowances come from the same source. It comes from the Netherlands, from the national government, I should say it better. And special allowance is targeted expenditures for special projects. So they are not part of our normal operations, but they are special things that are going to be executed. And for that, we expect 30 million to come in. Again, this gives you an overview, a rounded overview of what is to expect from the local income. Yes, you go ahead. Now the expenses. As I told you, that expenses is going to be increasing, and if we looked and see the details of the expenses, and we basically, the biggest expense for the government, we all know, is the personnel. Personnel will eat up about 2/3 of the budget. So any dollar that comes into the government, 2/3 of that goes to cover personal expenses. So that means over the rest of 34% that you're getting, that you have to do everything else as a government with cover all the other expenses. And so that you can see it break down. They have the accommodation expenses. Also, we have accommodation is the rent that we have to pay to house the civil corps. And there are many properties that the government have to rent because the activities itself that the government is doing is expanding. For instance, the government just had to open the integrity office. And of course, you need space for that. So at the present, we have to rent a place for that. So that will increase also the accommodation expenses. Then you have the office expenses that they will go up also, and representation and communication. If you notice that has also increased, and in the budget itself, it will give a more detailed explanation of why that happened. Also, we have the transportation expenses. We see that also will be climbing. General expenses, basically across the board, except the unforeseen, nearly all of the expenses increase, and therefore, as I said, the expenses will also increase by 7.6% to 97.8% total of the budget. And again, you have the special allowance that, of course, the expense that if you carry out the project, those will be expenditures. So we expect to expend for next year, including special allowance, $58,211,709. No. And here you have it in rounded numbers, and it tells you we'll get in income 28.7 million, and the expenses is the last line in the green, 28.7 million rounded. That will be what the government is getting in income, and we'll be expending 28.1 million, and so that comes up to a surplus of just over 600 million, 0.6 million, not 600 million, 0.6 million. I wish that would happen. Okay, next one. Now we got a few overview of the cash flow, because this is very important. The cash flow tells you what we start with on the bank, then what is the expected cash that we expect to come in, whether from the free allowance, the local levies and local income, and the interest income. Of course, we don't get all in one big lump. It's spread out over the year. So then every month we'll have to see what comes in, what we expect to give out, and that will give you an idea what cash do you have. So these will give you an idea of what is available for payouts. And then you see what are the expected cash flow. Well, of course, every month you have the salaries and premiums, then you have the invoices to suppliers, and then you have subsidies that also have to be dispersed. Then the capital investments, the contractors have to be paid. You have a contract and you will not pay them everything in one lump sum, so it can be spread out also. And you have the cash outflows for projects, and from the designated reserves. So you'll have the reserves, and you like the special allowance, so on, you take out accordingly as you disperse. And then you know what will end for the bank for that period. Next one. They tell you the assumption that's used for the cash flow. Based on the direct method, cash flows and inflows, it shows you what's going to happen. We have the use of the free loan. That is the government is doing an additional loan of not total. The total loan will be 5.7 million to fund the completion of the public secondary school that will house the GVP and the social housing projects that is going to be had. After 2027, at this time period, there's no projected additional free loan. Now, I don't like interest-free loan. So you'll have the loan, but you pay it back without any additional interest on it. Then you have the cash outflows for investment, like infrastructures, renovation, equipment, and others. That'll be about 8.6 million. And then you have the cash outflows for projects of the special allowance, it's 30.1 million. I think we saw that in like the, somewhere in the beginning when we had the 28.1 million plus the 30.1 million for the special allowance that brought us to the 50-something million that will be expended. The free allowance receipts comes in, is disbursed to the island territory on a monthly basis. And then you have the cash inflow for the local taxes and levies. These are based on expected collection. So they can be a little more or they can be a little less. This is a graph that will give you the cash flow in movement. You see the green tell you the total cash proceeds that you expect to receive, and then the red tells you what the cash disbursements are, and the orange will be the capital investments. So the capital investment and the cash disbursement will be a total disbursement as the OLE, and then you'll have to put that against your total income, and that will give you the cash position for the year, beginning, of course, with your balance. As I said, the budget went to CFT and we got a reaction, and I think the finance department and the commissioners and his staff did a very good job because there was not much that CFT had to say on this. CFT basically said that we have small surpluses. As of course, we saw that we went up from 1.9 million in 25 down to 600,000 in 2026 projected. And they saw a strong improvement in quality. As I said, we have the BBV that we have to comply with, and so we give better insight into the numbers and the breakdown and what caused certain things to happen. And then the inclusion of the multi-annual year is also draft budget is also there. So it gives the public a better insight to see what is expected over the years. And of course, we welcome the feedback from CFT, but we don't just accept it because they say it, because sometimes they say things that we don't agree with and we have to give a pushback. But in this instant, we fixed what they asked us to fix, so the budget could come up, the draft budget come up to the council. Next one. So based on that, the advice from CFT is there that we have to be in compliance with the FinBES, and that the budget must provide transparency in the expenses and including the personnel costs. I think that's where they had one of the biggest issue, because the personnel cost was lumped together. But of course, in the personnel in government, you have those people that are structurally in government, but you have those people that are only there for time, like the contractors and so on. And if you bring in those, then they want to see that separated in your budget, so you know exactly what is the structural part that the OLA have and what it ties in on a temporary basis. Then we have, that was, I just explained the second one, the second bullet point, and why they asked for that. If you look at the bullet point, in the second column, the second bullet point, it tells us the CFT request is considered an interpretative extension of the statutory requirement. So CFT interprets things a certain way, and we might see it another way. And that's where I said we will have a pushback if necessary. So a new table has been included on page 88, that as 83, as they requested, detailing the project-related personal expenses. So then they split the expenses into the structural ones and the project-based ones. And so, and it clarifies also which expenses are funded through the special allowance. So the proposed action step, we seek alignment with CFTA, BZK, and the other islands on interpreting and the reporting practices. Because sometimes ago, one of the things that CFTA did was send us an instructive to do a certain thing with our budget at a late time. And it was basically giving us a new way to do certain things. And we as Station think, well, you could have given us enough time to do that in maybe another budget or another amendment. But we complied, but since it's interpretive, sometimes the way it is done, it can be limiting on the island to get it done on time. So we need to be able to talk with each other to see how best we can implement some of the things. And if we have a different idea than CFTA, then we can sit down and discuss those things and come to something that all can be satisfied with. So the last point is the joint conclusion will ensure disclosure are clear and consistent, which we did, and thus avoid advice that overlooks the intent of the relevant legal provision. I think this was the last slide. And with that, we went through the presentation that was done by the unit manager. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Hooker. There you go. Okay, so that was the the presentation on the budget for 2026 and the multi-year budget through 2029. Before we continue with agenda point number 6, we'd like to remind you all of Article 15 of the Rules of Order, number of speaking times, deliberation on subjects or proposals take place in no more than 2 terms unless the committee decides otherwise. Question is there any proposal for a different set of 2 terms in deliberation? If not, we will proceed with the speaking time. An Island Council Committee member can make a proposal about a speaking time. If there are no proposals, then we will propose the usual 20 minutes in the first round, 10 minutes in the second round. Yeah. All right, so we proceed with the deliberations in the first round. Speaking order, Councilman Derek Simmons, Council Lady Raquel Spanakati, Council Lady Mercedes Lopez Spanner. And the chair will follow. So we start off deliberations with Councilman Derek Simmons. First round.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I join also with giving words of condolences to those who lost their loved ones. Concerning the budget, I must commend them for page 9, where you have an overview. And to me, when you look at that overview, it should be kind of shocking to see that 2/3 of the budget is coming from the free allowance. This is the way I look at the budget. Budget is basically a financial plan. And when I look further in the budget, I don't see where that blue thing is broken down with what it is. So you break down the yellow, which is local levies and taxes, but the big chunk of the income is just free allowance. And I always have a concern about that because, you know, they talk about good governance, and I think the one at the head, The Hague, to me, they have a problem with reporting income. A question I keep asking them is, what are they collecting? So this is a form of, you have a big chunk of money that is there, but there is no breakdown, there is no explanation. And I'm not being negative, I'm just showing you how things look. And to me, it looks bad. When you have like local levies, I saw there's a part that says property tax. What is property tax? What falls under property tax? Because I think based on the assumption, I don't think government collects property tax. They collect a different kind of income. So I'm assuming that the heading is kind of misleading, and then it goes back to the date on the document. It says, I think, 18th of August 2026. According to my watch, that hasn't come yet. We're in 2025. The first page of the budget, it has a date. Yeah, and why I'm calling that, we're dealing with figures and you have simple like this, these simple mistakes is not highlighted, and it basically shouldn't be. The CFT. Again, I always have to repeat, I have no respect for the CFT, because when I look at some of their comments, to me it sometimes makes no sense. The comment on the personnel cost breakdown, is that the first time they're asking that question? This isn't an organization that just was born yesterday. It's around, and to me, you shouldn't have new questions coming up on things that has been there for years. And it gives me the impression, maybe it's not so, that you're trying to find something to jump on my back. It's and this is my view of the CFT. If they hear I tell them the same thing, is you need, as an organization, you need to be professional. And yes, the question is warrant, but it shouldn't be like, it gives the impression that you're looking for something to ask. And if you're a professional body with CPAs and whatever, degrees and whatever, you need to come better than that with the questions. And it's not being thrown as a negative, it's just as constructive criticism. Because if you want me to respect you as a professional body, then your actions, your questions, your reactions should also be on the same level. Going back to the page, what was page 8? Page 9. You shouldn't have the word infographic on that page. It's just a graphic thing. You shouldn't have that word, and it is kind of, to me, unnecessary. But basically, those kind of pages, as a financial person, speaks to me, and it tells a story without going through the whole document. For example, you have 5 pages of forward. To me, that is too long. That is almost like a whole document. And when I go through, tell you the truth, I didn't read half of it. I think a lot of information there is historical information. You want to look at, you want to look up that information, you Google it or you go in the library. To me, it don't belong in a document like this. And again, I'm stressing, I'm not bashing, whatever. I'm just trying to improve the document so people actually read it. To me, the more shorter, the more pictures, graphics, whatever, then people would take up the document and look at it. But the more wordy and, thing, it will be a document that just thrown aside and people have no idea what's in that document unless it relates to them. Another question. There's no mention concerning the governing program in the document. I find that kind of concerning because there's a governing program and you have a financial plan on how you go about spending the money, and there is, I don't see nowhere mentioning the relation with the governing program. So why is that? To me, for example, on one page you see it looks like a goat, and you have here main priorities for the budget. To me, you have to be very insightful with the kind of artworks you put on, because if goats is a problem, then I want to see somewhere mentioning that as a priority. But when I look at the priorities, and then you look down, you see a stump or nature, you see stones. It's supposed to, it's supposed to speak. And like I said, using artworks and combination with just highlighted words, to me, will say a lot than just have a page full of information. The term balanced budget, I think they should, to me, they shouldn't use that term personally, because basically, like you said, it is a balanced budget or a surplus. So to me, if you have a surplus, does your budget meets the requirements? And I guess it has to be, your budget should not be a deficit, period. Once there's no deficit, then you're okay. Having a surplus is a plus, because then you have room for disappointment. And another comment is, you see the combination with Dutch and English throughout the documents, where you have, I guess, the headings of the departments or whatever is in Dutch, and then between brackets is the English. I believe if you're going to English, use English throughout, and then if you want to mention it in Dutch, you put the Dutch between bracket. And it's, that is basically some of the comments I have. But I must commend, there is a lot of improvement from the last budget to this year. And those are little things, and like I can't stress enough, it should be a working document. Everybody should have it on the desk and, use it, going through it and checking it. But I believe the reality is, you're going to have a document like that, and it's going to be in a desk until there is a need, there's a problem arise, then you pull out the budget. But I'm trying to give pointers on how to make it a more pleasant document to be used, so user-friendly. And I think those are things that can help. And I can't say enough about those pages with those photos. I'm very happy to see, those things, because to me, it says volumes, and I believe someone could just take a glance of that and then see, hey, you're spending so much on this. This is where the income comes from, and this, without having to go through, peruse the whole document and go to a table. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilman Simmons. Next speaker, Council Lady Spanakati.
Thank you, Chairman. I too first off would like to commend Commissioner Merkman and his staff for a well-received budget, but I also feel some of the praise should go to the entire government body. Finance is what puts it on paper and makes it and balances it, but I think the commendation is really on how the money was spent and where we saved. So I think the entire body deserves some praise, and thank you. My first question is, in the letter received from the CFT, they made note and they questioned, and I too would like to know that there are some staffing costs that are not taking up because they are either from projects or what have you, or some will continue to remain on our payroll. And if this has been taken into account and maybe projected, if we can carry these expenses when they come over to us. A next question that I have regarding their letter as well, regarding investments. It states that the planned investments for 2026 are 8.6 million, and they go down, and with not a small amount, they go down to 1.3 million in 2029. So I was wondering if this could be explained, why the drastic change? We made some comments in a previous discussion that are similar to what I'm about to say. The document contains statements or words such as government commissioners. You all are no longer government commissioners. You are our commissioners. So I don't know. I see on page 5 is mentioned still going back to the past when we got back the budget. This happened in 20th of June 2023. Things like that, we should be proud and just move on. References like this don't make us look any better. On page 16 too, the wet head stele. That's no longer applicable to us, I would think. Reference is being made on page 5 as well to our medical school. I was wondering if this was still in the planning, and if it is, if we can get an update. On page 4, the second paragraph refers to the downsizing of the oil company's operations as a budgetary challenge for us. Could we receive an explanation of the percentage in which it has downsized? And what is the expectation for the future? And what conversation has been had with the company so that we know what to expect? Also, Commissioner Merkman, I think you mentioned it regarding monies being late, and also adjustments of the free allowance. What conversations have been had regarding this? Because we are making projections without any, how do you say, confirmed amounts. Page 4, again, the fourth paragraph, you mentioned the housing of employees of the OLE in a better office building. What is being referred to here? A central administration building or just relocation? Page 5 again. Oh, I mentioned that already. Page 11, paragraph 2 states the personal expenses for 2026 have been calculated using the RCN wage structure. Why do we keep referring to this? The OLE has a wage structure. We are using our own wage structure, and it is not the same as the RCN. So when you use reference and then you say you base yours on it and yours differs, then you need to explain why yours is different. Let's refer to what we have. Emphasis is laid on filling of vacancies, and I was wondering what the HR management strategy is used to guarantee that employees function efficiently and effectively. Are we still having performance evaluations? Is there anywhere we can see data on this? Page 13, paragraph 2, you state that the present administration is tasked with the initiative to restore good governance. Included in the list of disciplines is mentioned that restoration of democracy is a final objective. Why are these things still in the document? Okay, page 13, paragraph 2, Commissioner. Page 14, first paragraph, states that the total income for 2026 is lower than the 2025 budget. If you look at the table above, the opposite is true. Could the Executive Council please explain? It also states that the primary source of income is land tax. This has been a question of mine very often, if we have improved our collection method, because it is stated that it's our primary source. The table above also contradicts this declaration, as interest income is clearly the primary source of income. Page 14, paragraph 2. Has the government already realized figures for 2025? We are still in 2025. Could you please explain the reference? Page 17, paragraph, in the table, could you explain the increase from 4.4 million realization in 2024 to 7.6 and 7.7 million budgeted for personnel expenses? Page 24, paragraph 3 states that additional harbor revenue is expected from increased vessel movement related to the construction of the marina at Sable. It also states that transport will also go through St. Eustatius. Could you all please explain what is meant by the transport through Statia and increased vessel movement? And are we already benefiting from this development? Page 26, paragraph 2, refers to construction of new roads. How many new roads have been constructed in 2025? How many new roads are planned for 2026? And also state where these roads are located or will be located. Sports is very important to our island, and on page 37 is reference to or sport, and especially sport hall, how does government go about maintaining the sport facilities, and is sufficient funding being made available? Is the sport hall well maintained? That's a rhetorical question. Page 43, pension to former civil servants. You all know pension is a passion of mine. Generally, pensions raise over time for cost of living increases. When last has the pensions to former civil servants been raised? And is there a yearly adjustment for cost of living increases? Page 44. Could government please explain how much money is budgeted for covering the expense of funerals for the needy? Under which expense account can I find this? And I was wondering, how was this covered before? As I know in the past, government has covered funerals. How was this done? And are we solely pumping money into it, or is it also based on awareness campaigns? Persons may be encouraged to get burial insurance. Page 52, the Best Funeral Act. When we reference laws, we need to be very careful. This too I have brought forward to the attention of the powers that be. We have a tendency, or it's become a culture, to take very long to bury our dead. The law states 6 days maximum. Does the government have a policy for families to request permission to go beyond the 6 days? It's ironic that this point is just above overige openbare hygiëne. There's a reason why dead bodies should be buried within a certain time. Page 50. The street sweeping contracts need to be revised, and newly constructed streets have been added for cleaning. Some communities that were not previously included in the street cleaning contracts have been incorporated. Has it been done, or has it not been done? It is stating it needs to be revised, then it states it has been done. Could you all please clarify that? Page 57, paragraph 2. Could we please get an update on how far government is to transferring the collection of taxes to BCN? Sorry. De Belastingdienst Nederland. Page 57, in the table, there's an abbreviation, LPO. Can we be explained what an LPO adjustment is? Page 58. What is the status on the loan for social housing? 4.2 million over 40 years. Did Sabre or Bonaire acquire such a loan as well, if you all know, to construct their social housing? What is the difference between this loan and the loan needed to build a government administration building? I remember a hefty discussion regarding not saddling our kids with hefty loans. What is the difference between the loan that I championed at that moment and this one that we are choosing to go along with? Page 58 also states a loan for social housing. I was wondering if the amount reflects the wishes of a recent past motion to subsidize these sales. Page 83, in the table at the bottom, it refers to 55 jobs, or FTEs, financed through special allowances representing almost 5 million in 2029. Are they temporary jobs, or are they permanent? And will they be added to government payroll when the special allowance runs out? And could we please get a projected cost of what it will cost the government at that point? Another question, has any budget been reserved for the financing of a representative for Statia in The Hague? This is something we have been discussing, especially in our BEST meetings. Our colleagues from Bonaire have already done this. I would really like to know. I want to thank you, Commissioner, for taking out the stoplight. On page 94, it's missing. You all chose a different way to reflect it. Could you please indicate the planning after 2026, as most will end at that point? Are there any new projects in the pipeline? On page 82, it refers to the energy subsidy, but it also is referenced in the overview of projects. What is the difference between these two subsidies? Because they both have the same term, but the amounts are different. Final two questions. How soon can we as the Island Council be privy to concrete plans and budgets as it relates to newly acquired properties and buildings? Has any provision been made for that in our budget? Also, as your budget goes as far as 2029, in 2027 election, we project to have 7 council members. Has this projected increase in the council been reflected in your budget? And if yes, where can I see that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Lady Spanner-Carty. Next speaker, Council Lady Lope-Spanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Yes, I just have a few questions. Page 5, paragraph 1, refers to research into geothermal energy. Could you please update us on the progress or state of affairs of this research? What is the progress or state of affairs on the re-establishment of a medical school? And not mentioned, but I would like to ask, what is the state of affairs of the establishment of the Statia airline? I don't have to say Statia airline or the airline that wants to come in. Page 5, second paragraph. Please give an example of how government is promoting innovation in St. Eustatius as part of government's mission. Page 8, paragraph 1, is stated that local income in 2026 represents 3% of total structural income. Could you please explain the significance of this declaration? What percentage of total structural income is represented by the free allowance? And my final question. Who is in charge with maintaining the boardwalk? For a while now, one of the benches is in need of repair, and only of the 4 overhead lights is working. Many families with small children hang out at the boardwalk. So I would like to know if something would be done with that soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Lady Lopes, panel. I just have question relating to mainly personnel issue, as that has been especially emphasized by the CFT as usual. So last year, I think when in the budget for 2025, we had a lot of discussion which relating to vacancies, and we finally decided we wanted to put all the vacancies in the budget. If I look at the numbers in terms of staffing, I see that last year there were 48 and a half vacancies. Well, let me know if I'm reading the numbers correctly. I think this is on page 84. There were 48 and a half vacancies. And this year I see there are 40 and a half vacancies. So a reduction of 8. So can the commissioner explain or clarify the policy with respect to vacancies? How many vacancies have been filled in the last, in this year so far? So if we go from 48 to 40 and a half, it would suggest only 8 vacancies filled, but there's also the possibility that some persons also left the service of the government and that those were filled. So what is the total number of persons that were employed during 2025 so far? And also, what is the amount of budget that is related to these vacancies? So part of the discussion last year was that when you put all the vacancies in there, it means also you have to reserve all the money for the vacancies. So what amount is financially reserved for covering vacancies? So the idea is that if you're reserving, I say 20% more or less of the total organization structure is represented by vacancies. Yeah, so that amount could be in the millions of dollars that you're reserving for that purpose. And that was one of the concerns of the financial advisors last year. You know, that money, while you're keeping it reserved there for vacancies, we know that we're not going to fill all the vacancies in one particular year, that money, at least some of that funds, could also be used in the meantime in other areas. Because I see we are saying our surplus is declining from 4 million to less than 1 million in the space of 2 years. So is the government giving any consideration or thought to that aspect? Yeah, I think Councilman Simmons also asked about the issue of property tax. I will also like to get explanation on that. What is I think only the national government collects property tax, so I too would like to get an explanation on that. Station Day was also mentioned, I guess Station Day 2026. I know there are a lot of funding for all these celebrations and everything surrounding that. Does the government expect that this celebration is going to cost huge amounts of extra budget for the island government? And if so, what is the expectation in terms of budget? And also, if additional plans need to be made in terms of accommodation of visitors and transportation of visitors, etc. What are the projections? What is the state? I think there's supposed to be a committee installed for this purpose. What is the state of that? And how is the government intending to go about the whole organizational aspect? Okay, those are my questions for this round. And that concludes then the first round of deliberation. The word is now on the Commissioner of Finance to answer the questions asked.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we have a scoring? About an hour.
1 hour. With no objection from the members, we will source for 1 hour. Council Lady Spanakati.
Chairman, then with the indulgence of what you all present, I would like to add 2 questions so that they can be handled in the same hour.
Okay.
On page 54, it's unclear if the document was ratified or not. Could you confirm that for us first, please? I will read what it pertains to. Yeah. It states that a new land policy was drafted in 2021 and has been implemented in the 2022 budget and calendar year and submitted to the Island Council for ratification. Yeah? Okay. And on page 82 in the table, there is reference made to a social real estate developer. Could we get an explanation of what that function entails? What is the responsibility and task of this person? Page 82, within the table. At the top, it has funding for purchasing of land, racetrack, etc. And then it says appointing a social real estate project manager. Thank you,
That's it.
Chair. That's it.
Thank you, Council Ladies. So we will adjourn for 1 hour, and so we will return. See if the clock is right. 16:37, so 20 minutes before 5 o'clock. Meeting is adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume our meeting of Central Committee for today. The commissioners requested some time to prepare their answers, and we apologize for the extra lengthy time. So we are going to call on the Commissioner of Finance at this time to commence with the answering of questions in the first round of deliberations on the 2026 budget and the multi-year budget through 29. Commissioner Merkman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, before I start answering any questions, I would like to state here that there are some written words in the document. There are some written words in the document that we need to look back, that we need to go and look back at based on what the council has brought forward. And we will do that cleaning up. I think Councilman Simmons mentioned the mistake on first page where it refers to a future date. We will correct that. And pertaining to the graphic part of the document, I also personally find that an improvement. What is being read relating to the goats, I think that you can see it both ways. Some people may say, yeah, we are looking at it and we want to get rid of the goats, but I think if you look at the emphasis of this government is that we want to provide food security for everyone. So, and there's a great emphasis on agriculture. So that's the way at least I'm looking at that pictorial that is there, the emphasis that is being placed on food security and agriculture. And a balanced budget is a surplus budget. It's balance could mean it is zero, or it at least it's not negative. That's the way I'm looking at it. And relating to the Dutch and the English in the document, I do concur with the Island Council member that that is also part that needs to be straightened out. And we have discussed that internally, and we will take care of that. Pertaining to the question that came up from Council Lady Spanner. Oh, and yeah, I already mentioned that there's a lot of things that we will straighten out in the document, and part of that is also the mentioning of the governing program that will be taken care of, and we have already found areas where we can already put in relating to the governing program, because when you look at economic development priorities, that it falls under that we can stick the governing program right into that, because it talks about poverty alleviation, social housing, and healthcare. Those are some of the things that are in the governing program. So we have already indicated that's where we're going to rework the document. And based on what all Island Council members have said, we have recognized that we need to rework the document to reflect a lot of the comments. Then I agree with Council Lady Spanner that the praise doesn't go to just the people that make the document. I think it's the whole civil corps should be recognized for their input in making sure that we can have a balanced budget, because if they spend like crazy, then it's going to create a big problem. So I do agree with you that praise goes out, recognition must go out to everyone involved for being conscious of where we are. And vacancies that are structured are added into the budget as we move along. As when we get, you were referring to those that are being in the be zone that are allocating in special allowances. What happened is we get a special allowance for X amount a year, and if as we move along, when let's say we get it for 2024 to 27, when we get to 2026, we are already looking to see if we get an extension. If we don't get an extension, and then we already start looking at putting it in the budget for the next year. So it's all a process to making sure that the services can continue. And if we don't get the money and it's during the year, sometimes that can happen, then we possibly would have to come with a budget amendment to make sure that the service can continue. But we try to make it as structural as possible in our planning. The many of the things, as I mentioned, what you also correctly mentioned about the governing commissioner and stuff like that, we will iron out the document relating to that. Capital investment reductions. This reduction reflects both limited cash availability and the need to prioritize for only the most critical and high point projects. So when you indicated that a capital investment, there's a reduction in it. If it just means that sometimes we have to make choices if we want to have these investments done. If there's no money, we can't really invest. Pertaining to the geothermal update, currently there's a research being done, a feasibility study being done by TNO about geothermal, and we are now in the process of looking to have a meeting with TNO to see how far they are with that research. Yeah. This feasibility study is done. It's a desk study that is being done. Sorry. Oh, TNO is it falls under EZK. Economische Zaken in Holland, and they are TNO was me not TNO. TNO. Yes, a technical, yeah. It's on the front or something like that. I forgot. And there was a reference to innovation. How is that going to be reflected in the government in the years to come? If you look at how is that being done, how is that being carried out? If you look at the SAPSA projects, I think the Commissioner of Agriculture could go more in depth into that. That's a form of innovation, and it relates to more in the field of agriculture. Even the digitalization, that is also innovation, brings along some innovation with it. If you look at the BSN number, the BSN introduction. And I do agree with you with that we have to get away from using the LCN wage scale, because we have our own scale. But it just we use that just to indicate that we have used the LCN scale when we were looking to harmonize. That's the way I'm reading it. We were looking to harmonize the salary scales within our system. But I do agree with you, moving forward, we have our own salary scales. You asked a question also about evaluations. If that is something that should be done structurally within government, it's actually a policy, but we realize that a lot of departments don't do it. A lot of departments don't do that. TNO is, as the chairman mentioned, toegepast natuurwetenschappelijke onderzoek. That's the meaning of TNO. Everyone should have at least an evaluation. Every civil servant should have an evaluation. And also, again, coming back, talking about intervention, we should, let's move on. Where you referred to the total income of 2026 and referring to 2025, we concur with you. That's also part that needs to be reverted. And referring to the collection methods, we have at the finance department currently we have a new employee that is that has taken up that job, that is involved in coming up with a new scheme. Scheme is not a word because it has could have a negative connotation to it, but a new procedure, and he's working with the person that has been there, that one of the workers there, they are together, they are coming up with a new procedure to improve the collection. And I must say what we have seen so far is quite positive. The interest income is a primary source of income. That is true. Because it relates to the interest payments that we get from the bank, and that is the highest income that we are receiving. But as we move along in the years, we expect, because we start to execute the projects, because it's project money that we are collecting this income from. When we execute the project, the interest that we are going to be receiving is also going to be less. So, and land tax is I'm not sure what the correct word of it is, but it's actually hereby, and the translation of it is leasehold income. So we have to fix all of those things. The personal expenses goes up 4.4 million to 7.6 million. That's in 2024. There was quite a number of adjustments we made in salaries, so that the expenses has also gone up because of that. And there was a question pertaining to the vacancies. The realization is not. We budget for the realization. So you have, let's say, if we have 10 vacancies we want to realize, we budget for that. But that doesn't mean that we were able to do that. So it's going to be a little less what we actually spend. In 2025, I think we already mentioned that we have missed a couple interest payments. So that means that we are already looking at the income for 2025 going to be less. Relating to interest payments, because the vrijheidkering that's supposed to be paid on a monthly basis, we missed about 6 months of that. Wasn't paid on time. So we were supposed to get it in February. I think we got it. We get the payments in in July, and also July and August were late too, so we only received September at the beginning of September. So all of those, when you have the money on the bank account, we collect interest payments for those. So we miss those. So what we are trying to do now is we're trying to recoup that with having documentation sent to the ministry saying, listen, we feel shortchanged, because that's a big source of income for us to do things within our budget. Pertaining to the vessel movements and with the company that we have on the island, because of the war and the increase in oil prices, there's less movement within our harbors, and also because of because of the war, the oil prices are higher, which means that the boat fuel consumption, people try to keep that at a minimum. So there's less movement within our harbor because of that too, because of the oil prices for gasoline or fuel for the boats. Pertaining to the that same issue where we're talking about because of Sabre, we expect certain things to happen on station. I think we discussed that the possibility is that okay, my colleague will go more into depth with that, but there's it's a fact. Because I think she can go. My colleague can go into then the dangers that are involved. That we want to have a null meeting relating to the use of our roads, so that because these things are going to be transported over our roads and they can cause damage. So we want to have a null meeting so that at the end of the road we can say, listen, you caused this damage to our roads. Relating to the maintenance of a lot of buildings within government, as a station, I find it atrocious that we spend a lot of money to build these buildings, and then when you look, we don't maintain them, and that's what I'm seeing also at the sport hall. Because when you go there right now, you see many of the windows are brown, and they can't open. And a lot of people some of the people when they're playing volleyball, some of them, I've heard of people fainting because of the lack of circulation in there. It's so hot, So that's a reason why maintenance is very important. But we need maintenance at the facility. Right now, it's not happening at this time. Pertaining to the leg for sulking, I concur with you relating to what you said. Right now, the only thing that is done, we try to make sure that it doesn't become a sanitary issue, a hygienic issue. When we're looking at the bearing of people, but there's also a special allowance we use for when we have a family that can't take care of the burial of somebody. If it's a civil servant, then it's a different matter, because what happens is the family gets a 3 months salaries, and so that can be used to take care of the burial of the individual. Pertaining to transferring of the tax collection to base AN, that was a discussion some time back, but not recently. So that needs to be changed within the documentation. LPO refers to the loan price ontwikkling. And relating to the the Kronbeleid, that needs to be fixed. In 2022, it was brought to the council, and the council decided to freeze it. So what we are using now are the current prices from 2022. So from 2022, the one from 2022 we are now using, because it was frozen in 2022, so they couldn't freeze they couldn't go back. So they just freeze moving forward. The increases that was supposed to come in 23, 20, and 24. So that's the one we are going to be using now. You asked if the subsidy for the purchase of relating to the purchase of the sale of the Golden Rock houses, if that is part of the loan. No, it's not. No, it's not, because the subsidy, if I recall correctly, one of the proposal was or that it was supposed to be taken from the reserves. Pertaining to the social real estate project manager, that's a position that we are looking to employ someone for, because we have a lot of social projects, specifically when it comes to building homes, that supposed to take place in 2026. For example, one of them that is supposed to start would be the old school. We are looking to renovate that building, and also the old in Chapel Peace, where I don't want to call the name, but there's a home there that is in that can be used. It's Beauvalor. So that area also belongs to government. We are looking to put some homes there for the elderly. And also in Orionstadt itself, we are looking to do some more renovations. And then in 2026, we're talking about the new bow over at the condos. That's supposed to start in 2026. So that's why we are looking to get a real estate project manager. Social real estate project manager. And then there was a question relating to the medical school. Technically, that falls in the same category again, where we have to rework the document, because we had an MOU, which doesn't really bring any guarantees with it. And recently, we haven't really heard anything from the investor relating to the medical school. And then there was a question. I'm simultaneously answering the question for Council Lady Lopes relating to the airline. We had an MOU with an investor relating to the airline, and we have had contact with him, we have had continuous contact with him, and there are certain requirements that we need to achieve before he can, come in, and that process has started. And I expect the investor, from what I've been told, the investor is supposed to be coming to the island pretty soon, and there's other information that I can give you that would, but it's kind of private. If I wasn't clear pertaining to the land policy, what was done by the Island Council, then I'm prepared to come back and answer that. Who's in charge of the boardwalk? I think the government. You want to answer that? Okay. Okay. And then there was a question pertaining to from Councilman Smith relating to vacancies. I believe it's on page 82, 84. No, 82, 82. Where, if you look at it, the projected vacancies already also went up from 148 to 160. And the amount of vacancies decreased. Yeah. So in 2025, and then if you look at 2026, you have to look at the difference. From 25 to 26, it went up by 12. The fixed positions went up by 12, but the vacancies decreased. So basically what happened, if you know, there was a talent search within government where a number of persons were employed quite recently. And we are still, also we have filled other vacancies outside of that. So that's why you have a decrease. My colleague will now fill in with the questions that relates to her portfolio. I'm open to, if pointed out, even bring some of them back in writing.
Okay, thank you. Hello. Thank you, Commissioner Muckman. Commissioner Leda, I'm going to follow up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. As some of our portfolios kind of overlap, I will add where my commissioner colleague may have missed a few things because maybe it fall in my portfolio and he's just answering baselines. So I would like to ask the Island Council to indulge if I can and elaborate a bit on some of the questions as well because they overlapped in our portfolio. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was a question about the downsizing, as my colleague Commissioner said. I think the use of words is going to be reviewed critically going forward. I'm very happy for the watchful eye of the council looking into these issues, and it is duly noted that we will really take a deep dive and ensure that the final budget that will be passed has all the corrections in it. The word downsize, I don't think we should use the word downsize for the company. It did not downsize. It means to say that the operations has downsized, but not that they have been downsizing their capacity. Yes, we have been in constant dialogue. I think we met with them at least once for the year, but we also have dialogue via the Ministry of ALT, who always give us daily updates. The last update that we received from the Ministry of ALT, the inspection, that everything looked pretty well when it comes to the inspection, ensuring that they meet the safety requirements. So that was a positive, a very good positive. So I would like to commend the company for that. But they're also still experiencing issues, and then the issues that they're experiencing were explained to us already with the tanks and having them. Not hearing? All right. Mr. Chairman, I have the floor. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so they're still experiencing some issues where they need to take some tanks out of service because they have to be repaired, inspected, and the cash flow for that is still a discussion. So we're monitoring that very closely, and if the need arises, we will definitely be pulling the Island Council to signal what the issues are if we have to go to that point. But based on the safety aspect and meeting the inspection reports, they have been given a positive. So that's good news. The question about the housing for OLE buildings, yeah, housing has been a very difficult subject, I think, throughout the years. And as the council lady so rightfully said, there was a discussion about getting a government building. And in this paragraph, we're talking about some departments need to be moved ASAP. Like where they're being housed is not conducive at all in terms of space sometimes, and also the manner of which the building is. So some of them are dilapidated and needs to get repaired. So they have to move out so it can become repaired. So we're trying to see how we can, in present, move some of these offices, but in the future, we're also looking to see how we can have a kostgebouw. We are talking to a potential investor to see if this, a new proposal, if this proposal can be accepted, but this means that we have to do some homework on our end, which we are presently doing, discussing with CFD to see if this option is acceptable, how it's being considered. Once we reach that far, then we would like to explain the Island Council on the views going forward, but we still want to do our homework on that. But if this is worked out, then we will be able to get a kostgebouw, at least hopefully by 2027 with this investor. So doing that as well, that was a discussion. Of course, we have to look at our contracts that we have right now with the current landlords that we're renting from and see if that becomes a reality, how we can, give them the notice ahead of time for phasing out the use of certain areas. And the kostgebouw, all departments would not move. Like, for instance, the discussion about putting the hospital, the MHC, GGD. So not everyone will be moving to the kostgebouw, but majority of the offices will be moving to the kostgebouw. Part of the innovation as well, as the commissioner said, besides digitalization, we're looking to see how we can also modify the processes that we have, that we can be more digital. We live in a digital era. We see when we go away, a lot of processes and payments are more smoother, and we're trying to see how we can bring that type of innovation as well to OLE that can allow for faster transactions, that we can get our monies directly into the coffers and not have to use too much third parties to collect our funds. In terms of the structure, the salary scale that we're referring to RCN, again, the council lady is correct. Yes, we did use it, but we are now 2025. We can stop saying that. So we agree that we will remove that in terms of a reference, because everybody know throughout now that we have harmonized our salaries. But it's slightly a bit different because I believe RCN have the 16.3% separate, but it's part of our salary structure. So now, yes, we do have our own salary structure, so we will no longer reference this going forward. My colleague talked about the evaluations, and that is part of the improvement that we have now with the new selection. We have a new selection and policy that is being finalized. It is went to the base already. They had to make a few changes. This was discussed as well with the unit managers in a meeting, I think 2 weeks ago. And also during this meeting, we spoke about the evaluations and how it can be more simplified and how we can have it executed, because indeed not everybody is doing it. I know for sure evaluations has been ongoing throughout the year for certain departments, but it's not fair if you're not being evaluated versus somebody who's being evaluated. So it's a point of attention that we recognize that we need to pay keen focus on, and improvements is being made, especially by the new interim unit manager, to see how we can facilitate this and ensure that it's enforced for especially next year going forward, because parts of accountability, we're asking people to do work, and also it comes with evaluation, so we also have to do our part. We can find out how many persons were evaluated so far for this year. That's information we can ask the department manager. Yes, all top management function also are evaluated. I believe the only persons who are not evaluated is the commissioners, which we are evaluated in this forum right here. But yeah, the island secretary and directors are also evaluated. The question was, what is the difference between a $4.2 million for the loan for the social housing, and what is the difference between the government building that we were discussing that we did not accept at that point in time? I know I recently learned that Bonnier also was given that same deal for a government building, but because of the conditions, they too declined to take on that loan. But the difference with the 4.2 million, we're expecting it to be budget neutral. So we're expecting that once the homes are actually built and rented out, that the money that they're collecting can go back to the loan. So we're hoping that this doesn't have a big effect on the budget. The agreement is that we'll be paying back when the houses are finished built. So we're not going to be paying back the loan up until then. So we have a bit of a budget freedom, cash flow. We're hoping that, and also the loan of the EcoStation, that for it to also be budget neutral by the time we collect the rent. So hopefully the loans that we get, I think the only loan that will not be budget neutral is the loan for the GVP school for the infrastructure. The question about the FTEs when it comes to special allowances, that has been a discussion that we had, especially doing the budget. I think this was one of my worst experiences on this end with the budget, seeing it for myself in real time, and the stress you had to go to try to balance a budget. I know Councilman Van Putten say it all the time, but you realize that we are really working with a fictional budget in the essence that we cannot really meet our needs when it comes to investment, when it comes to priorities. You really have to choose. So I can give an example. There was a big discussion about a big request from the departments for travel expenses increase for representation. I can use the word representation. And then we had to choose, okay, if we want to increase representation, what do we take out? Then eventually we had to take out the representation, decrease it altogether, because we really couldn't balance the budget. We went through the personnel list, request again for certain departments of what they would need, what will be have to cover on the OLE budget itself. And I can recall speaking to the director, I was like, okay, you and the island secretary, take a second look. And then she came back and said, it didn't do much of a dent, because when you look at what you need, it's a lot. So it was very difficult trying to get to that very meager surplus that we have with all the big dreams and ambitions that you want to achieve with the investment. And that's where you'll see the 8.6 drop down to 1.3, because we had to try to push some of the investments to a later date. So we realized like we won't be able to, like for instance, there were some departments like the airport needed a next vehicle for security, but because of the budget constraints, we had to push that back to sometime in like 2027 or later down in the year. So we had to really balance and try to see how we can really choose. And there was really a choice. What is more have a bigger priority? And hopefully that the first budget amendment, if we realize that we make some wrong choices, then we will ask the Island Council to reallocate budget by doing a budget amendment. The sports hall, very good question. And everybody knows, like the commissioner said, it's in terrible state, but we have received a special allowance for that. And finally, it's been received a while, but we've been having some execution issues. And I think not only that, but it wasn't clear where responsibility lies. We're now ironing out that. In short, we'll be starting the sport hall renovation. They came just last week, this Tuesday was in Baysay. The whole plan for the maintenance, where they will do it in phases, and we were just stating that we feel that we need to reprioritize some of the phases. So where we think that could have been done to phase 2 is now phase 1, like for instance the ventilation. We feel that that should be a priority and not something set to phase 2. And the lighting. So they're looking at that to see how they can now change those to phase 1, and then the other areas that we feel that have less priority right now can go to phase 2. Phase 2 means that we need to allocate additional $600,000 from, it's a lot of money to renovate. It's not only the sports hall, it's the field and the pool. So the whole complex will be getting an overhaul. And we have to request the additional funding from the ministry, which when I spoke to them in April, they are very willing to, but they want to see us start first. And the start first means that we have to use the money that we have on the budget. So now we have finally done that in terms of having it clear, what will be tendered. So hopefully, in short, we will see before the end of the year some renovations on the sport hall. And then hopefully by next year, once we start this, we receive a second phase, and then parallel we can be doing more instead of just phase 1. The question about new roads, I'm very sad to say, with a painful heart, that we were not able to execute as of now. We will be starting hopefully before the end of the year, but I was hoping to have at least 1.5 road finalized by this year. Due to capacity reasons, we were not able to carry out this. We lost some persons, not lost because sound like they died, but persons left the OLE in Department of PPO. We are very understaffed on E&I, and now we are able to recoup these persons in, try to form some teams, get some extra additional support in so we can look at getting the roads finalized. So that will be now moved to 2026. In a way, when you look at your cash flow, one might be happy now because now this money is not spent, so you get to get more interest. But, the more you execute your projects, the less money on your budget. But we need to execute these projects. So we cannot, decide to defer projects because you want to maintain a cash flow for interest income. So we have to really create different source of revenues. So this would, I guess, help the cash flow, but it will move to 2026. Now we will be executing those roads. So that'll be Airport Boulevard Phase 2. And then we will also be doing the road behind the mountain. We were able to collect additional funding because on the budget it was 2.5. Like I said, it was not enough money to do the road behind the mountain. We have had extensive discussions with the ministry. They were reluctant to speed up the advancement. So I think every year you get 1.5 for road maintenance million. So we asked if we can get it in a lump sum. So we got 5.5, and then we're going to put it towards what we have, and then together then work on a tender of the road behind the mountain. The main issue still remains, again, the issue when it comes to the property owners. We have a plan that we would like to carry out, and we had a difference of opinion, but I would like to discuss a difference of opinion indoors with the Island Council. But we would like to proceed with the development of the road behind the mountain. It's not only the road towards the resort, it's also the road coming from Lynch School to meet I call it the junction where you go to the resort, and also from Big Stone coming down. So it's not only just the road to go to the resort by Kinepinga. So we're hoping that in 2025-6 we can really see the realization and maybe finalization of at least 1 or 2. The road behind the mountain is a bit more complex because, of course, you have the narrow roads, you have the fall off, the cliff, I would call it. It's a little cliff. So besides the whole land issue, we have some other issues as well. But I don't think it's impossible. It's just need to have the right people in place, and I think we has come to a solution with that. Along with the ministry, we're working together to see how we can realize these roads. I was saying that the persons who are the FTEs who are under special allowances, while some of them, like for instance social domain, that's why we were working to get that list properly. We don't have it as yet. What is actual structural for social domain? What is not structural? So there are a few vacancies that are not structural, but then the ministry is not only stations, all 3 islands. They see the need to continue it. So even when it ends, they decide before it ends, hey, we're going to give you an additional subsidy for 3 years. So some of the vacancies, we know for sure we have to absorb ourselves. Some we may not need to continue, and some is a negotiation that, hey, we can continue the subsidy for a couple more years. So then that can also help us with our costs. We know for sure the extension officers are coming in now on a subsidy, but by 2020, when the subsidy is over for the year, we have to absorb them in the budget, and I know for sure they already been absorbed in the budget to continue. So we looked at to see which functions really need to be absorbed and how can we fill them at least to 2027, 28, 29 for as much as possible when it comes to the structure and the type of job it is. The monies for the representation, we have not put it aside as yet. We could have put some money aside, like we put 100,000, 200,000, but because there's no clarity yet on that and we had to balance the budget, we choose to leave that out until we get clarity and then come back to the council and with a budget amendment and then, then put the money aside, see where we can find the money and put it inside of the budget. But based on trying to balance the budget right now, until we had clarity, we said, let's keep it out and not try to put anything aside for that. The increase in council members, once we go to 7, especially for at least the next election, ultimately 11 will be Statia's full council. No, it's not taken up in the budget. This is a discussion that we did have when we spoke to the ministry about the new changes in the wall and Finbest, which is a big discussion we'll be having soon with the community. In this, we also emphasize strongly that was one of their requirements, commitments, that they will also look at the infrastructure and look at the remuneration that they will have to give to the Island Council when it comes to that. So we're expecting that the free allowance will have to adjust that. For seating, and housing, that's a different story. So they did say that they're taking that into account. So hopefully when we have discussions upcoming, we can get some more clarity on that. When you talk about the pension premiums, I think we're using the wrong word. So I spoke to the director. We're going to check to see if we can use the word pension in our wording, because we know what pension is, and pension is paid by the Dutch government. But we do pay long service. That's what we pay, long service. And indeed, as stated, it has not been reviewed for a bit and indexed yet. That's a discussion that we may have to start to look into to see if we can make some adjustments, but it has not been adjusted. So, when it comes to the boardwalk, that's a very good question. And when I ask, what is the plan when it comes to that maintenance? We have to look to see what is the agreement. So they're going to look at that. A question we'll have to come back in writing on to see what the agreements are. But most likely will have to fall under the OLE, and we got to then put that part of a maintenance plan. We are acquiring new buildings, as you said, and we have a plan to see how we can manage these buildings for maintenance. This is being worked out still. I would like to, again, come back to the council to pulse it before I go with it public. And we are already working on it. So we're hoping that we can have some draft proposal coming to the council before end of October, because it will definitely require the Island Council's input to see this as a reality. I think that's the questions mainly. And then from Councilman Smith, we have allocated monies for Station Day 2026. We felt that in preparations as OLE, we can do our own input. So we have allocated some monies to try to get material like new tents. There's a discussion about how we rearrange the fort. some enhancements as well. But when it comes to the question that you asked in terms of transport and dignitaries and the more bigger cost, there is a plan to have a foundation put in place that will be collecting monies, and these monies will be covering certain parts of the non-region deal and one or two of the region deals that we can put monies to go towards this. When it comes to dignitaries, and everybody know what's the hope, to get a high official from America and high officials from other places as well. And once, if that happens, then, the ministry have to then figure that out. So the committee that's in place, we have a steering committee that's in place, but we have 2 program managers. On Seychelles side, we have 2 program managers, and on Holland, they have 2 as well. Their main point is to see, how they can facilitate, you would say, the logistics. So if that happens, when you have high officials coming in, then we know they will handle the logistics, the protocol, and all that goes along with that. The budget, the full budget of what it looks like for 2026 is still being worked out, but we anticipate that the biggest costs when it comes to these things will be covered by the ministry and The Hague, one form or the other, and others will be covered by the monies that we can raise from the foundation, with the foundation for 2026. Based on the projections, seems that there's quite some funding that we can acquire. And this as well would need the Island Council's approval for the foundation to go in place. And in short, we would like to come to the Island Council so we can install this foundation, so we can start acquiring the funds that is out there to be had that can go towards our celebration in 2026. It's not only towards the day itself, but throughout the year, there's projects that, programs that we would like to have leading up to 2026. So the funding will go towards the different areas. I think we have answered, most of them. If we missed anything, come back in the second round. Thank you. I missed one, I see it here. I think 2. I think my Commissioner Merkman talked about it. Yeah, there's no budget for covering the expense of funerals, but there's a special allowance for poverty. And based on what the director explained to me in the past, and just now when I call her again, is that they make an assessment to see if really the family can incur these costs, and they try to cover as much up to the coffin. In the past, there was some type of special budget by drop where they would help with the digging of the grave. But there was a policy, a plan, she said, that they created back in the day where they can kind of have like public put into a fund towards something like this, but I think it never materialized. But I think the direction we want to go to is also, like you said, encourage persons to take out a burial insurance. Because not every time that we will be having these pots that we tap into, and I believe we tapped into it for quite a bit, for persons needing assistance when it comes to burial. So, and then the street sweeping contracts. That's a good question too. They need to be revised. So yes, they're in the process of being revised and adjusted for the cost of living. Based on the calculations that we're seeing now, it's very clear that doing business in Statia is not easy. So like I said, I applaud all entrepreneurs, and definitely as a government, we have to see what ways we can do to help facilitate the ease of business on the island. And we're hoping to finalize that soon, where we can do due diligence by the cleaning contract, sweep cleaning company. New roads had been added. So what happened is that we looked at areas that are not being covered, and the new plan has in those areas to be covered. In the meanwhile, there was a new road, which is James. James Road was never there before. So when they finish it, they're cleaning the road, but now we want to make sure it's fully part of the whole process. So when we talk about new roads, talking about even out back, Big Stone area, a lot of areas that are not being covered now, they make a mapping zone, and the zone out. We have 4 zones. We said we're going to talk about rotation instead of keeping one person on one zone only. We rotate around that. And then, yeah, we have 4, then cover the whole island as much as possible. And then the last thing about the SABA project, we didn't want to go too much in that. It's mentioned in the budget, but we were hoping that by this time we would have had more clarity. But yes, SABA is having their harbor project, and we were happy that we were able to discuss that part of this project be happening on Station. So we're hoping that, yes, by 2025 we can feel the effects. It's slated to start in November. And the impact of that project, we're still having final discussions with the company, because of course we have to have stakeholder consultation to discuss with the people of St. Eustatius so they can know at what level of impact it will have for Station. Like the commissioner said, we know for sure the roads, but also it will have a very strong economic spin-off, because we will have some of the personnel staying on the island, and also we're gonna have the blocks being made on St. Eustatius and also being exported. And because of that, we expect more activity in the harbor. So, you know, once you dock at the harbor, you bring in cargo, you export, there's a fee. So because of that, we expect to see a bit more revenue coming into the harbor because of this project in Sabre with our spin-off. So we're still in discussions about what that would look like in finalizing that, but it's slated to start in November, so we're hoping we can be on target. I hope I now answer all the questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't think you answered all the questions yet, because I asked some questions about the personnel issue, the vacancies, if you make any consideration to maintaining still all the vacancies in the budget, since we know we're not going to employ everybody in 1 year, then that can free up financial space for the government. And then there was a question about, I think Simmons asked, and I followed up on it, on property tax issue. The property tax wording, is something else meant with that? You answer that? Okay. All right, that's it.
Thank you. No, we'll have to get for the amount of person that's employed, we'll come back to you, because we have to go and do some digging for that, like to get the actual number. Not digging deep, but we have to get the unit manager and we have to get everybody on board. So we'll get that information to you when we come back for the Island Council and clean up the budget as well. Yes, when it comes to the request about the vacancies, we had additional 48 that was requested. And like I said, we went through and make an assessment of what is needed. So the budget of 2026 already reflects a phased-in approach and only the ones that we need right now. That's what we need right now. And then what we're going to do, we're going to make an assessment through the year and see, well, okay, we need to fill other vacancies, and then we'll do that through a budget amendment. But we had to make choices for this budget 2026 multi-year.
So you're saying in 26 you only have funds on the budget to employ a certain amount?
Yes.
Not the full 48?
No.
But
it's phased in there, not the full, so it's phased in. So like it'll say 48, but we're expecting that, for instance, the first quarter we're not going to fill none, second quarter, so you're going to fill the 48, or whatever, because we had additional 48 requests. So besides what we have open, yes, we had additional requests from different departments. So we had to tell them that is not going to happen, and areas that we need, that we know for sure they needed it, we then add it in, but we know we will not fill those vacancies, like you said, right away. So what you're seeing on the budget is being phased in. So we don't expect that we're going to fill, and that a discussion that we had as well, because for instance, something pop up, and we did not expect to fill a position by February. We have to come back with a budget amendment if there's no monies for that, because then we had done kind of factor it for cash flow reasons to, let's say, by March, we're going to, hopefully by then, based on the timeline it takes to fill a vacancy, by March you will actually see, some movement. But if something pops up before then, we have to really make some adjustments, and that's the choice we had to make. I mean, I don't like the idea either. That's why I say it's not a realistic budget. It's not meeting our needs, but we had to do that in order to make a balanced budget, and not balance with zero, because it said have to have a surplus. And I was like, man, we could barely make zero. Now we have to have surplus for multi-years. So it was very difficult. Like I said, being on this side of the table wasn't a fun experience at all.
I think the law says balanced budget. It doesn't talk about surplus. Okay, so that concludes the commissioners answering for now. Then we can go right into the second round of deliberation on the 2026 budget agenda points. And we're going to start again with Councilman Simmons in the second round.
Thank you. Coming back to the photo with the goat, I do not see food security as a high priority. Probably I try to fit it in. How does it fit in? It has to do with optics. And if food security is a main priority, agriculture, food security, then add it as one. But what I was trying to imply is the photo doesn't really match with what you have written there. So it's like it looks like just random. Even you have a what's that, lizard, iguana? You have things there that doesn't match with what's written. So that was kind of the idea. Not that I was complaining. I'm just saying that don't just put random items on it. And the issue of the balanced budget, because like when you look at how SABR does it, to me, it's not even balanced. It's probably a deficit, but they put it and they know they're going to get help from the minister come in. They have a way of doing things. So it has to do with sometimes you need to lobby, push the point. But to me, saying that you have a surplus, a fake surplus, and then saying that you can't execute certain things, and then the question go out, but you have money, use it. And to me, that is what I'm running from, showing that you have money, and then when you try to go and lobby for more money, then they're going to point at the surplus and say, use that money to first, and then come back. So it's not being negative. It's just talking about optics, and sometimes those optics are basically used against you because you are trying to comply with how they want things to look, and then later it comes back to bite you. Yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Councilman Simmons. Council Lady Raquel Spanacarty.
I will just repeat the questions that were missed or not quite clear. It was touched on, but it still doesn't answer it completely for me. If we can get a update on any dialogue, most recent, as to the state regarding the free allowance allotment. Then I was also wondering, when I refer to page 14, paragraph 2, if clarity on has it been realized or not. We are referring to figures from 2025. Is this correct? Please explain the reference. On page 94 and on page 82, they are both referencing in the table on page 82, it says poverty reduction and a one-off energy allowance for low income. Now, up to 2029, there is a budget of 205,000. But if you go in the projects on page 94, oh Lord, I need my glasses. There is also a eenmalige tegemoetkoming energielasten Sint-Eustatius at 600,000. Are we speaking about the same thing I was asking? Why is there a difference in the amounts? What are we doing outside of the projects that still has this large amount for the same term? Is it something else? And my final question was on page 54. If you all can clarify if the land policy was ratified or not. Is it still pending? Should this be coming to the Island Council soon? If it's done now, as the status is 2021 or 2022, we're in 2025 now. Those are my unanswered questions.
Thank you, Council Lady. Council Lady Lopes Banner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Lady Lopes Banner. Okay, I want to mention next, the Commissioner have to answer, but maybe with respect to land policy, I think an answer was given with respect to lease land, changes in lease land rates. That's what the Commissioner mentioned, I think. I suggest the Council Lady is talking about land policy in general, not the rates as such. Because I think in 2021-22, indeed, a land policy was sent to the council, but I think it was never finalized. We had to go back on it, yeah, because it was a whole new setup with the land policy. You want to say something, Commissioner Merkman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, yes, there was a land policy grondbeleid that was brought to the council, and it was not ratified. Because, and then there was a motion to freeze the rates because it had a tabel with different increases for different years, and a motion was brought to freeze it
Because it was separate from the land policy.
Separate from the land policy, yes. So the land policy was never ratified. Yeah, and what we are doing now, we are currently busy trying to come with a new grondbeleid. Yeah, and it's not the same one like what they have now. Looking to come back? Yes, we are looking to bring it back. Okay.
Okay. Time frame for the grondbeleid? You have a time frame for that?
Technically, I would love to bring it before the end of this year, so that by next year you can start. Because one of the things you realize that a lot of young people, not even young people looking specifically at young people, there's a lot of people that would like to get land and put in for land, and the backlog that you have there is so old and it's so unoversive to look that people on the list have moved away from Statia, so we need to get a good policy in place so that we can apply. And yeah, a lot of people have not complied with the regulations of where they have gotten land from before.
Council Lady Panakati, point of
I
clarification.
would like to ask, or better yet, advise the commissioner to really look into this and come back with an extensive explanation. The mention of a waiting list concerns me, as I was informed there was no list.
There is a list.
And speaking of personal experience, I was refused and told there is no list and reapply next year. That was when I recently came back to the island. So we need to be very careful that we treat everybody the same across the board. So before we have conflicting messages out there, I know there are other persons experience this as well. So let's be clear so that we don't have a chaos out there. We come back with a policy. We don't take no accountability for what happened in the past. And we say this is it moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to respond, if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, to provide some clarity in that area. There is a list, but the thing is this: currently, because we don't have a approved policy, it doesn't make sense to continue accepting names to the list. But when you came back, there was a list, so there's technically still a list, but that list needs to be cleaned up. Because quite recently, the policy worker has indicated to me that what I'm telling you, that there's a list, and there's a lot of people that have moved away. Some have died. So how are you going to start giving out land based on that? So we need to get the grondbeleid in place that will also deal with that, whether you're going to go back to a list, how you're going to accept applications, what are you going to do with it. A decision needs to be made about that.
Okay, I think it was my turn. Okay, so mention is made of the road to the resort and the road to via Lynch and via Big Stone. I hope it's actually the road towards the botanical garden and not stopping at the resort. Okay, so the commissioner will explain that. Also mention was made about representation in The Hague. We also have the best cooperation meetings that we go to regularly. Is the consideration also to reserve funds for that, or that will continue as we do now just travel budget? Yeah. And then I want to find out the status. What is the status of our agreement with the terminal? I think those agreements usually run for 10 years, 5 years, 10 years. Do you have any information as to the state of the current agreement with them, when it's to expire? And some time ago, I also heard talk about the need to review our harbor ordinance. Is that something that is also on the agenda or not? Those are my questions for now. So we call on the commissioners for answering. Do you need a sourcing at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pertaining to what the council lady asked on page 14.2 pertaining to realization of the interest figures, that needs to be reverted. It's not totally accurate. And then we would like to come back on we would have to get some information relating to the subsidy, energy subsidy, because the energy subsidy, if I'm understanding properly, there are two of them. One was a one-off where there was monies that we had to come up with a project to do something for the general population, and yeah, and that didn't happen. And then there's the energy subsidy that is ongoing. That so there's two energy subsidies. One that really nothing didn't happen with that, but I don't know which one of the amounts it is. So that's why I have to go back, and I don't want to give you the wrong information. But there are two energy subsidies. I will have to go back and look at that. Yeah. And the land policy, I think I already answered that. And pertaining to my colleague will pick up the questions from Councilman, from the chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Merkman. The word is now to Commissioner Laird.
Okay. I missed the question. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I would like to come back on that with the free allowance. Yeah, the free allowance. There's the dialogue is still ongoing relating to the free allowance. So there's no final on that as yet. I think when we had when we were in the bill, that was also something that was talked about. But you know, you have the Idiversa report, and you had and the two-day report. Those all indicate there's a lot of reports. I mean, going back to the Peace report, all indicate that the free allowance was not sufficient. So those are discussions that are still ongoing. Okay.
Commissioner Laird.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to emphasize a bit on the page 414.2. So basically what it's stating that we already know that we're going to realize less interest, so that's what we say we're going to have to be reworded because of the fact that we missed the free allowance payment. So we're already expecting that they're going to be less than 2026. You're going to see a decline anyhow, but I think the unit manager said if we have received those free allowance payments on time, we would have seen 2 million. And I think now we're seeing what number is? On page 14? Yeah. So now we're seeing 1.5 million. But if we had received our free allowance on time, that would have been projected to be like 2 million for free. So we lose a lot of money. So that's why we're trying to get that money back in. So then next year, because of we're going to be spending monies and the budget, so we expect there will be a drop, so 1.8. So if we had really get our money, it would have been 2 million and then 1.8. So that will have to be reworded and not saying the realization, but we expect, yeah. The road behind the mountain, due to funding, is not a lot of monies that we have. So because we're covering all those areas, we're stopping at Kindapinga. We don't have the funds to go towards the botanical gardens. So that's something that we have to work towards. Yes. Oh, yeah, I thought you answered. The station terminal agreement is due for renewal, actually, and that will come into the Island Council too. Yeah, we'll have to have some tough discussions. I will not go too much in depth here, but like I said, we all know the situation. And I believe in the Harbor Ordinance we are reviewing right now, there are supposed to be actual increases. So I think we missed a lot of increases a couple of years ago, up until now. But how do we go forward? And of course, when it comes to the Harbor Ordinance, because the GTI agreement is a part of the Harbor Ordinance, there have been some complaints about some things in the harbor ordinance for a while. I think our port fees in different areas. So I think we can revisit them one time and see how do we want to go about that. We have enough, you would say, information, experiences, learn lessons to see if it needs to be adjusted or how we can improve the harbor ordinance that we have. So definitely something that will be coming to the council. I don't see it coming this year again because we don't have much time. The back over is, 2 council meetings before the end of the year. The year really fly by pretty quickly. But anything early next year for sure we should have that finalized, the whole discussion. So we're already now planning discussions to discuss it internally and then sit down with the principals of GTI to have this further discussion. So that's where we stand right now when it comes to that. Representation, I believe the increased representation in the budget for 2026 maybe have been based on the Best Summit, I'm not sure. But right now we don't have a separate budget for that. So something the Island Council want to do is say, well, for representation of the Best Summit, you want to have a special budget for that or just increase the travel of the travel expenses. Maybe you can just do it through that instead of having to have something special for the Best Summit.
Okay. All right, so that concludes the answering of the questions. Committee members, no hanging questions. Okay, question is asked, so the changes that you have to make to the budget, the textual changes especially. Yeah, but does the budget then has to be put out for 2 weeks, public?
Looking at the registrar over there, and I'm getting I'm getting the same sentiment that I have. We're just checking the wording, and the wording and the numbers or the idea behind it is not changing. So we're not really changing anything, just the wording. Actually, a more better explanation is clarifying.
Okay. All right, so then that concludes our meeting, our agenda point number 6. Number 6. All right, so then we move to agenda point. So thank the commissioners for their answers. We move to agenda point number 7, announcements from the Executive Council. Okay. You have that in the text. Okay, so formally we request from the committee members that the budget can move to the Island Council for further handling. With no objection, then we so decide. Agenda point number 7, announcements, Executive Council. Are there any announcements from the side of Executive Council members?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to inform the public and council that I'll be out on medical, leaving on Saturday, and I'll still be in touch when I can during meetings online, but just to inform the council and the public.
Thank you, Commissioner Aram. Any other announcements?
I was supposed to be traveling to Aruba. I think I was in past that information. That has changed. Now I will. I'm just going to St. Martin, and I'll be back after the week, during the weekend.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mertman. So that concludes agenda point number 7. Commissioner Merkman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think I should provide some elucidation on that. I'll be going to St. Martin on tomorrow, and I'll be back on Sunday. There's a badminton tournament ongoing in St. Martin. So, thank you.
A government-sponsored tournament.
No, it's private.
Private.
Yes,
Okay. Thanks for the information.
That's Mr. Spana to go. Mr. Spana, you want to go?
Okay, then we go agenda point number 8. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I want to thank all participants and their teams for presentation in today's meeting, and also the technical team for their assistance. The public part of this Central Committee meeting for today, October 2nd, has now come to a close. The Council Committee will now proceed to go over to a closed-door session. And for the general public, please be informed that we will not be returning on live broadcasts after this. So at this point, we close the public meeting of the Island Council. So thanks to all of the Central Committee. So we thank all those who have been joining us in various fora.